Thank you. I will call to order the June 26th, 2023 Board of Trustees regular meeting. Is there a motion to adopt the agenda?
I so move.
Moved by Ms. Watley, a second.
A second.
Second by Ms. Bailey. And Mr. Calhoun and Mr. Kelly and Mr. Grabowski, are you on board docs or are you a verbal vote?
Board docs.
Mr. Kelly?
Same.
Okay. So he's just not present. I'm sure he's on his way. Is that him? Oopsie. And the motion passes 8 yeas. Now that we have called the meeting to order and we have adopted the agenda, I want to take just a minute, yes, for an item that is not on the agenda, but I think I will be forgiven. It's to recognize Mr. Kennedy. So, Mr. Kennedy, we want to say thank you for stepping in as interim and then stepping in again as superintendent and now stepping in to help with this transition. And we wish you the best in your new role with us.
Thank you.
So thank you. Now, is there a motion to approve the minutes of the Board of Trustees meeting for May the 22nd, 2023?
I move.
Moved by Ms. Watley. Is there a second?
Second.
Second.
By Ms. Roberson. As with every vote, please confirm its accuracy after you cast it. And the motion passes. I would like a motion to approve the minutes of the special called board meetings. Item D, May 25th, item E, May 25th, item F, May 30th, and item G, May the 30th, and then item I for June the 14th.
You missed the 25th.
Well,
F.
two of them were not, had more than one item, so I didn't include all of them in that.
So move.
Thank you, Ms. Roberson. Is there a second?
Second. To confirm, the motion is to approve minutes of the special called board meeting, items D, E, F, and G.
Mhm. And I. Was there a second? Oh, Miss Dr. Temple, thank you. And the motion passes. Is there a motion to approve the minutes of the Committee of the Whole meeting of June the 12th, 2023?
So move.
Thank you. Ms. Roberson, is there a second?
Second.
Second by Ms. Waters. Our software is already on summertime. And the motion passes. Is there a motion for the approval, item J, approval of the minutes for the special called board meeting of June 20th?
So move.
Moved by Ms. Roberson. Is there a second? Second by Dr. Temple. Thank you. And the motion passes 9-0. We will have a moment of silence at the end of which I'll ask Mr. Grabowski to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance to the flag. Please stand. Amen. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice. Thank you. A reminder to our participants for the public comment period. Do we have our 2-minute timing box handy? I know it's on the screen, but when we come back into open session, if we could have it for our Board of Trustees so that everyone goes by their time frame as well. For public comments, I will remind you that no speaker may use the public comment session for personal or derogatory comment of any individual, to discuss personnel matters, or to discuss matters otherwise private or confidential. Speakers are to discuss issues, not individuals. The issues addressed should reflect business that is before the board and or is relevant to the district. Ms. Bailey.
Good evening, everyone. I'm going to call forth the first 5 speakers. Please come up to the podium and please state your first and last name. Erica Great Simmons, Valerie Gilliard Anthony, Monisha Matthews, Clinton McPherson, and Patrick Martin. Oh, yeah.
Is that okay?
Yes, sir.
Hey, everybody, my name is Patrick Martin. Nice to see you all again. I'm a CCSD parent and teacher and frequent attender of school board meetings. As a teacher of writing, I can tell you I love a good process. The writing process is fertile ground for planning, drafting, revising, and ultimately publishing. It's been an honor to see the planning stages of this year, next year's budget unfurl with a renewed interest in teacher compensation and retention and attraction. I applaud you all I really appreciate you hearing the input of the Teacher Compensation Task Force. It means a great deal to teachers and community stakeholders with its many voices representing a range of stakeholders in Charleston. I'm hopeful tonight that we'll see one last revision before this budget is published. We hope that the board might see that it's prudent to go even further than the $5,000 bonus. Advocates have listened to different scenarios, have been proposed and revised and amended, and we're here today to thank you. We appreciate your work and we hope to finish strong. And we would hope that we, as teachers, can encourage you to be bold. I would like to encourage you to do more than what's been asked. If there is money in the ESSER 3 funds for teacher retention and recruitment to finance a $7,000 bonus, please consider going above and beyond for the teachers who go above and beyond for our young people every day. This fall, after the budget is published, finalized, and the ink is dry, I would like to invite you all to visit my English class. Not so you can see how hard teachers work for this money, but rather so you can see how worthy an investment our students are. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Next up is Patricia Travis, Sydney Van Bulk, Eric Tome, Portia Stoney, and Anthony Bryant.
Good evening. I am Patricia Travis. I am an enthusiastic educator. I am passionate about our students, our teachers, our schools, and our community. We all agree that teachers need to be paid more. It is in the best interest of our students to have teachers that are paid at a professional wage for the challenging and complex tasks that we do daily. I'm here for a few reasons. I'm here to thank the board for showing their support by increasing all teacher salaries by $5,000. That means a lot to us. I'm here to speak for the CCSD teachers in support of the $5,000 one-time bonus using the ESSER funds. This bonus will mean a lot to the CCSD teachers. It will alleviate some financial stress and provide a cushion. And as we all know, everyone is paying more for goods and services. Wherever you go, everything has gone up. So the $5,000 would go far in a teacher's pocketbook. The $5,000 bonus would be a step in the direction of paying teachers for our expertise, our experience, and our time. The $5,000 bonus would be greatly appreciated. Now let's talk realistically for a moment. The $5,000 will be taxed at 30%, meaning the teachers will not see $5,000. Now I know there were a variety of options, and I'm asking if the $7,000 bonus is approved, it's also taxed at 30%, but it means teachers will see closer to $5,000 in their pocketbook. I asked the board to consider the $7,000 bonus. If that's not feasible due to a lack of funds, I do understand. Lastly, I'm here to urge the board to continue an ongoing discussion with the task force and come up with a plan to further increase teacher salaries in the next 2 to 3 years and publish it as soon as possible, as I know that will influence teachers' decisions to come and stay in CCSD. I'm hopeful you'll pass a substantial bonus for the teachers tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Good evening. My name is Sydney Van Bullock, and as many of you know, I left CCSD for the simple reason that I was not making a living wage. So when I come to speak to you tonight, I'm talking realistically of what it looks like to be a teacher in Charleston County. Just as the teacher who just spoke said, $5,000 is awesome. But if I'm being real with you, that's not enough to make me come back as a teacher, as an educator for this district, because I still would not be able to pay my bills. So when you go to make your vote tonight, I feel very confident that each and every one of you will vote yes for the bonus, because there's literally no reason not to. The ESSER funding is there, and if we don't use it, we will lose it. But I do ask, just like she said, it's going to get taxed at 30%. So reach into the pockets and give these teachers every single penny that you possibly can. I also want to advocate for our paraprofessionals. When I was in the classroom, I had a teaching assistant, and we talked very open and honestly about finances. And our teacher assistants, our office women and men, it's sinful what we're paying them. Like, it's so sinful. And if if it is possible, I don't know, I haven't looked at the finances, but if it is possible to also give them a bonus with this money, I think that it is the absolute least that we can do for them. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Good afternoon. My name is Eric Tommy. I'm a Charleston resident, father to 3 girls, and convener of Charleston Shared Future. I appreciate this opportunity to speak to the board, and I'm here to request that you allow us to have more time on the official agenda at a future meeting to present the summary of our Tri-County Community Education Conversation, which we hosted in April, along with the Charleston Forum. That event included a diverse group of parents, students, educators, innovators, and community leaders, and more to tell us what they expect of the education system and the school board to improve schools for students and their families in Charleston. What we heard was practical, thoughtful, and thought-provoking. We have the summarized results that we will share in writing, and we would like to share these directives from the community meeting in a presentation to school boards and superintendents in the Tri-County area. We appreciate the opportunity to present what we heard to the full board in the future meeting. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Anthony G. Bryant, President, Bryant Group, Inc. Since 1993. I was the only person to make public comment at Charleston County's budget. The only African-American to make public comment union pair development in terms of TIF districts that we're going to be doing. These TIF districts take away from the budgetary process. These TIF districts have been really harmful to education in South Carolina. Secondly, many African-Americans are living under the poverty line. Therefore, basic needs are not even being met. And therefore, that's a real serious problem. We made up a great majority of this state at one time. We the Black majority by Peter Wood. But I normally don't come to school board meetings. I feel that school boards are not for a political exercise. I think identify the policy and practice of issue, disparity issues for us causation, and other issues that are really, really important to me, and particularly as a Black man. I make no apology for that before you, because African-American males are incarcerated in a large numbers. We want the Department of Justice notice about personal investigatory information to be posted for our young people, criminal street gangs, accessory, conspiracy laws, firearms. All this must be on the table for notice to their parents in terms of the consequences of their behavior. That's why I'm here tonight. We need appropriate and effective notice for young brothers. That's who I am, that's what I represent, that's what I stand for, Black men and Black manhood. And I'm concerned about them occupying prison cells, and the causation of prison cells may be here and throughout the country in our public educational system that may have failed African-American. Not me, I had great parents, not me, not many of my friends, but others that did not have the parents I had growing up. So I leave you with that. Take this work seriously, be serious about your work. These people need you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. And lastly, Karen Novick Forrest, William Hamilton, and Carol Daughter.
Hi, I'm Karen Novak Forrest, and I have 2 things to speak about. First is, I'm not sure why, and maybe y'all can tell me or answer in y'all's notes later. I don't know if Mr. Kennedy want to continue being the superintendent or whatever, but my question is, why are we bringing some in all the way from Wisconsin, all those thousands of dollars, when all that money could be put to the teachers and find somebody local, be our superintendent? That's my first question. My second one is, why during y'all's meetings, and I go to basically all of them, and I see a lot of y'all on your cell phones during the meeting. Why would y'all be on your cell phones during a meeting while we're asking questions and all? It was brought to my attention by someone that y'all are actually speaking to people who have nothing to do with our Charleston County district. You're talking from other people from even other states that are telling y'all what to do with our schools. So personally, my opinion is there shouldn't be a cell phone picked up during our meeting. Never. Those are my 2 statements. And also any of y'all that really are here by your heart and care, we appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
William Hamilton. I would just like to commend the board for completing a search for the superintendent. whom I had the opportunity to meet during his visit. I think it's extremely important for Charleston County to understand that the reality we now exist in is very different from the reality of 20 or 40 years ago. We are in an intensely competitive world now. And turning our school district into an arena of unending controversy and instability and acrimony has an extremely high price. We are competing against other cities for economic development, but much more importantly, for talent, for smart people to run hotels, businesses, to build airplanes, to talk to tourists. These are huge operations. They require creative, intelligent, adaptable people. They are irreplaceable. And the people that look for those people and recruit those people, and those people themselves know to Google this and Google that. They're not going to walk into Charleston assuming everything is okay. It's important that we support our new superintendent, that the community move together as united as it possibly can so that we can recruit and retain the talent and investment it takes to compete in a world that is going to get faster and more expensive. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Hi, I'm Carol Dotter. I appreciate the time. And I just have a quick request for the board. Out of consideration to the public, the people that care to come to these board meetings, I would like the school board to kindly consider having their executive sessions either before or after instead of during the school board meeting. It'd make it a lot easier on a lot of us. Thank you.
Thank you, Mel. And for our online comments, we had 23 teacher compensation comments, 1 EL curriculum and teacher compensation, 1 superintendent comment, 2 Tri-County community education recommendations, and 21 teacher bonuses for a total of 48 online comments that are online that you can review. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there a motion to convene into executive session to consider items covered by attorney-client privilege?
I so move.
Moved by Ms. Watley. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Ms. Bailey. And the motion passes 9-0. Thank you. Is there a motion to reconvene open session to conduct the regular business meeting?
I move.
Moved by Ms. Watley, a second
Second.
by Ms. Roberson. Motion passed. Thank you. We are on item 6. Is there a motion for 6A, B, and D? If space is available for the transfer for 23-24 school year and tuition to be paid by the parent.
So move.
Moved by Ms. Roberson.
A second.
Second by Ms. Watley. Six A, 6B, and 6D. Just to, if we can later delete the word and school year with tuition paid by the parent, or and is fine, and is fine. Never. And the motion passes. Is there a motion for item 6C for the student transfer for the 23-24 school year with if there's space available, transportation and tuition provided by the parent? Is there a motion?
So move.
Moved by Ms. Roberson. Is there a second? Ms. Watley. And the motion passes. Is there a motion for 6E and 6F to uphold the constituent District 2 board decision?
So move.
Moved by Dr. Temple.
I
Is there a
second.
second? Second by Ms. Roberson. And the motion passes. 6G, is there a motion to uphold the constituent District 10 decision?
I so move.
Moved by Dr. Temple. Is there a second by Ms. Bailey? And the motion passes. 6H, is there a motion to uphold the constituent District 4 decision?
I so move.
Moved by Dr. Temple. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Ms. Roberson. And the motion passes. 6I, is there a motion to direct the district staff to work with an outside firm on the market analysis for TIF on Laurel Island pursuant to policy DE?
So move.
Moved by Mr. Calhoun. Is
Second.
there a second by Mr. Grabowski? Any further discussion? Okay. And the motion passes 6-3. 6K, is there a motion to approve a facility lease agreement with Charleston Charter Math and Science to run concurrent with their charter contract?
So moved.
Moved by Mr. Grabowski. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Ms. Bailey. Any further discussion? Okay. And the motion passes. Item L, is there a motion to approve a facility a lease agreement with the Community Academics Fitness Academy once verification of funds have been determined?
I move.
Moved by Ms. Watley. Is
Second.
there a second by Mr. Grabowski? Is there any further discussion? Okay. Once verification of funds have been determined, should we just put? Okay, thank you. And the motion passes. We're on to agenda item M. There's a motion to appoint 4 hearing officers for the 23-24 school year. Wilbur Johnson, Elizabeth Stringer, John Austin, and Shahina Bennett. Moved by Ms. Waters. Is there a
Second.
second by Ms. Bailey?
Nope. That was me.
Oh, excuse me. Ms. Watley, any further discussion? And the motion passes. Item N, is there a motion to have general counsel enter agreement with Motley Rice for a class action lawsuit about social media?
I so move.
Moved by Dr. Temple. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Ms. Bailey. Further discussion?
I just want to go on the record. The only reason why I'm going to vote no on this is because of how it initially came about, this recommendation for this law firm. I feel that it's similar to Fruit of the Poisonous Tree.
Okay. Cast your vote, please, and confirm your vote. And the motion passes 6-3. Item P, is there a motion to approve moving forward with resolution to title and initiation of litigation if necessary with regard to the Riverland Terrace property?
So moved.
Moved by Mr. Grabowski. Is there a second?
Second.
second by Dr. Temple. Further discussion? Okay. Please confirm your vote after you cast. And the motion passes. We are on to agenda item 7 with the superintendent's report.
Thank you very much, Ms. McKinney. So at the last board meeting, I believe it was the committee of the whole, we gave a brief update on the reading attainments that we had done. We had recognized during the this current school year that just ended. So tonight we're going to give a brief update looking at math, algebra, and as well as early childhood learning. So I'm going to turn it over to Michelle Simmons, the Chief Academic Officer. Thank you, ma'am.
Good evening. As we discussed at the last meeting, that this would be a series of updates on our achievement levels. So we're going to kick it off with Ms. Roberts discussing our early childhood indicators.
So good afternoon, and thank you for providing time today for us to review the June monitoring report focused on early literacy, algebra readiness, and math proficiency and growth. MAECDES is an assessment that we use in our pre-K programs to provide information on the knowledge and skills necessary to move our students toward kindergarten readiness. We also use this assessment to show overall how our pre-K students are progressing in early literacy. While CCSD served fewer students in 2021 and 21-22 due to COVID capacity, this spring 23 marks our first year back to normal classroom capacity. So even though we may see a dip from spring of 21 to spring of 22 in both our rhyming and sound ID subtests, it is reassuring to now see increases in both subtests for this current spring, similar to what we saw prior to COVID. Not only are we now reaching more students in our pre-K programs, but this data also tells us that we're moving in a positive direction or on to recovery. We also see evidence of this positive trend in our fall kindergarten readiness assessment or KRA data, where once again, for the third year in a row, we see increases in students entering kindergarten demonstrating readiness. Additionally, we see more students in our African American and Hispanic student groups meeting Tier 1 and not one, but both rhyming and sound ID subtests, again, indicating some progress and movement towards recovery. Strategies used this year that we believe are making a difference for our students include expanding our access to 4K child development programs and ensuring consistent core curriculum with a targeted focus on Heggerty phonemic awareness. Additionally, our 4K and child development teachers and support staff are participating in letters training and ongoing professional development and job embedded coaching. Moreover, our Head Start and 3K teachers are increasing their instructional capacity through CCSD sponsored certification programs. As a part of this month's monitoring report, we're also examining 8th grade algebra readiness. Recently, NAEP, or what has become more widely known as our nation's report card, released data on math progress in the nation. As a part of the report, NAEP cited drops in national math achievement not seen in over 50 years. This data shows South Carolina 8th grade proficiency at approximately 22%. This is a 6.9 percentage point drop from where the state was in 2019. But when we look at our own district data, Eighth graders did not see the same drop in proficiency and are projected at 16 percentage points above South Carolina's average. And while we'd like to see even more or a higher percentage of our eighth graders projected to meet proficiency, we do know that more of our students are entering each grade level in middle school and they're leaving middle school on grade level, both indicating progress. And to illustrate, this spring, our sixth graders projected to meet or exceed proficiency increased by 2.9 percentage points, and our seventh graders increased by 3.5 percentage points. These increases in projected proficiency indicate that more of our eighth graders will likely be on track for algebra in the upcoming year and also in the future. I'll now turn it over to Ms. Simmons, who will also share some additional math progress indicators with you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Roberts. And so, thank you, Maggie. For the second half of this segment, we continue to highlight our mathematics projections in terms of proficiency and growth based on both iReady and MAP assessments. So from fall of 2022 to this current spring of 2023, we saw an overall improvement of 3 percentage points in the elementary grades. To us, that is indicative of where our scholars are expected to perform on the summative state assessment SE Ready. As we've mentioned on more than one occasion, the embargoed test results that we have at this time validate these scores and even greater gains that we're really excited about. Maggie? When we study growth trends, there was an increase at the rate of about 4.8 percentage points of our scholars meeting their annual growth targets. We consider this to be solid progress and an indication that our core programs are making a positive impact. This next slide is simply another representation of the sound progress being made with scholars meeting and exceeding their growth targets. Over the last 4 administrations of our interim assessments, as demonstrated with that green line, we're seeing upward movement and progress. Next, we want to shift to our middle grades, where we see more students coming to middle school grade level ready and more scholars exiting middle school ready. As indicated by the positive numbers, we believe this is a proof point of the strategies, programs, and solid teaching practices occurring across our schools. Here, we show by student groups, mostly favorable increases in projected proficiency, with the exception of the category labeled other. Of note, this is not a typical data point and an area for us to explore. Students who are characterized by this other category are Pacific Islanders, students of more than one race, just for your information. Next, on this particular slide, we show the rate at which our students grew in math from last spring to the current spring at 6.6 percentage points. That's solid. And finally, in our middle schools, you'll notice that all student groups saw increases in students meeting growth goals or targets from spring to spring in mathematics. To summarize, in essence, the segment that we're sharing tonight, we want to share the strategies, Maggie, that we believe can be attributed to the goals, to the results, and to the outcomes. Like with reading and literacy, we talked last meeting about having a solid, consistent, and viable curriculum for scholars to engage in. That stands true for mathematics as well. And so that's really important to have that consistency across the entire system in terms of the curriculum material students are engaging with. We also believe firmly in professional development for our teachers. So we utilize OGAP as a complement, as a support and a supplement to our illustrative math in middle grades and bridges in the elementary grades, as well as for the last several years, at least since COVID, we've had the ability to implement high dosage tutoring to support and enhance scholars' skill set. We want to be able to provide the skills needed for every respective scholar. We've been able to do that using ESSER funding and high dosage tutoring. And so that's our presentation for tonight. The final slide is just the ability for the board members to ask any questions you might have.
Thank you. Mr. Grabowski, any questions?
Yeah, I was struggling with this in trying to understand. I always like seeing green. Green looks good. But I understand the numbers are embargoes. In other words, we can't release the actual numbers as to the specific schools or anything.
Correct.
When do we anticipate receiving those numbers?
Yes, sir. So we have them for district use, but we're not able to release them to the board or the public yet because the board information is public information. So we expect to have that embargo lifted late September or early October when the state report cards are released. So that's a minute for us to wait, but we are excited by what we see.
And the reason I bring it up is, you know, we use these terms target and projected and everything, and, you know, projected growth. And it's like going back on the literacy, you know, we say growth and, you know, we could be talking some schools where they're grade proficient, that's a good measurement. But then when you just say we have growth in literacy, you could have fourth graders that are reading on a second grade level. And the growth that we're finding out on the test scores is they're really only moving up 10% towards the third grade. They're not going to that, you know, grade proficient level, which it would have been fifth grade. So that's why sometimes I struggle with these numbers when I look at it, as I don't really understand whether we're talking solely grade proficiency, which is great. That's where we want our kids to be reading and doing math at their specific grade level. But I'm always concerned when I see growth in targeted areas that we're not really talking about that we like a school in Mount Pleasant could be at 90% and there's flat growth because, you know, they only need 10% and those 10% could be special needs students and they're never going to receive that any growth, but they're flat. Whereas you may have a school somewhere else that will have some growth, but they're not a great proficiency. So that's why when I look at these broad numbers, that's my only concern. That's why I can't wait to see the actual physical numbers, you know, so that we can really see what is working, what is, because this is like a whole pool of numbers. I like green, but really
to be fair, every child in the system who engages with the assessments, they start with a target. Every individual scholar has a goal to meet, a target to meet. What we provide in this setting are our overall summative, on average, how our schools and scholars are doing. We do provide at the board level a more detailed analysis of school by school, but for these purposes and to make the presentation digestible, if you will, we provide on average across the system how schools are faring. But fair enough, we always will provide, once that information is lifted in terms of the embargo, we provide school by school information for your information. Anita?
And right, because I think once we keep that focus on getting them up to grade proficiency level, I mean, it's really good to see kids going from second to third grade level in fifth grade, but I really would like to see, and I really would love someday for you guys to let Ms. Haynes get up there and talk about the accelerated schools, because, you know, I just think it's so important that we start talking not about the negative, but like this, talking about the positive. I mean, if we're only talking about the 20% that are just doing really well, I want to know why those 20% are doing well. I can figure out that the 80% have got challenges, but when you guys show me that 20% are exceeding or growing and are doing well because of that program, that's the information that I, as a board member, would love to see.
We do appreciate that, Mr. Grabowski. These sessions are really intended at you're spot on. There is growth and then there is proficiency, as you noted. The only way for us to track, however, whether students are going to get there is through these growth targets and measures that formatively help us along the way determine what is working in classrooms. These are the sorts of targets that our teachers are using and our principals are using to determine real time if what we're doing in schools is working. If we only use, for example, which I know you're not implying that we do, if we only use those summative scores at the end, it's more like we don't have the opportunity to real time try to diagnose and determine how students are doing along the way and help teachers intervene earlier. You mentioned special needs students, for example. We have even more tools in our special needs classrooms that help us determine whether students are meeting their interim targets, and they, along with their parents and school-based IEP teams, then determine if the measures and if what we're doing need to be changed or tweaked in order to meet students' needs. So you'll be able to take a look in September, hopefully early October, to see the proficiency and where students are, but certainly students that are more than a grade level behind reading, they are going to have to make those interim, they're going to have to meet those interim targets. Our goal is to help them grow at least 1.5 to 2 years in the short period of time we have them over the course of 9 months, so that they get closer to those proficiency marks. Because if we don't figure out how to do that along the way, we worry about whether they'll get on grade level. Michelle?
And I think you bring up a good point. Special needs, we don't hear that much about it, yet we know that they're in these numbers somehow. So I really think it's important that we start focusing on what success the district's having with special need programs and replicating that.
Yes, sir. We look at our special needs data and we still have a good ways to go with special needs students. We have a disproportionality rate, not only in identification of students, particularly students of color in special need, but also our growth and our proficiency work with special needs students. So thank you for acknowledging that. Buffy?
The only thing I will add is that when we do look at our data and grade placement levels and increases in placement, we are actually seeing some positive gains from fall to winter to spring. So that's, I think, something good to point out. And we do dig down into that data with our instructional personnel, our principals, and really have some discussions about what's working. And we did see some progress in special ed too.
Mr. Kelly, any questions?
I do not. Thank you for the report.
Ms. Waters?
Yes, thank you for the report and congratulations on the positive signals. I am wondering, as we continue to look at these monitoring reports, when we're going to see that access increasing piece show up. And so maybe in the fall, when we do get our next step of the monitoring report, I'd love to see how much Algebra 1 access is expanding, because that's sort of the goal line. The other thing is, just to underscore, that NAEP report was devastating. And I am really happy to see how much farther CCSD is above. And I was really particularly happy to see in the subgroups that there was also movement, because the first thing I was thinking was, where did that exist? So I was really, really excited to see that the subgroups are moving as well, but would certainly love for that to lead to access, since Algebra 1 is such a college, readiness indicator.
Absolutely, you're right.
Thank you, Ms. Waters. Dr. Williams, I think he had to step out, but he has done a lot of work. Are you here, Joe? Joe, you want to come up here and talk a little bit about the good work? Yes, Joe, come on up here.
You have 1 minute, Joe.
As we look towards next year and access Algebra 1,
Great evening. Didn't expect to have to speak, but what we have done is we pulled together a task force to kind of look at, that access to Algebra 1 and what that takes as being responsible for goal 2. Of course, we know that's an ambitious and hefty goal, but we're excited about the fact that we are involving teachers in this process. And some of the core things that we're looking at is, number one, of course, we need to start early because, that's going to be essential as we kind of look to have more kids access and also be successful in Algebra 1. But also, what tools are we using to professionally develop teachers? One of the key things that we're looking at is the PLC work. And for those of you that are not familiar with it, it's just that work that we kind of utilize in schools to not just assess kids, but also look at where the true gaps are. And we realize that with our middle schoolers, for instance, that sometimes when we go back to reteach, if a kid hasn't understood a standard, we kind of reteach that entire standard, not really identifying what the true gaps are. So part of what we're planning right now is a summer symposium that Ms. Huggins and a team is leading some great work on. But as a part of that, we're looking at actually training, developing our middle and elementary school teachers on that process, but because we feel like that's a really big, huge key lever and really helping us get towards that goal and making sure that we have more kids that are actually prepared, like I said, for Algebra 1, but also to be successful in Algebra 1. Yep.
Thank you. Ms. Bailey, any questions?
Yes, I'm looking at this math proficiency, projected proficiency for student group, white and other. And you mentioned that the other group was Island Pacificers and what else?
Mixed race.
Mixed races. Okay, how do we get the 53.4% out of the negative for the next school year? Do we have things put in place to help them as well as our other groups?
Right, also includes our Asian scholars. So over the course of several years, that particular student group, we don't typically see the decline. So that's why I alluded to the fact that we have to do some analysis, some interrogation around why that happened this particular year, so that we can shore up the practices, the supports, to make sure it doesn't happen again.
Well, and these are the proficiency rates, Ms. Bailey. When you see the projected proficiency rates, when you see the actual proficiency, I think you'll see those numbers in the positive. If what we have currently comes true, I know it's embargoed and we can't say a lot, so I don't want to confirm 100%, but I'll confirm close to that.
So what happens typically on occasion, this is our interim assessment that gauges, that predicts the likelihood of how well scholars will do on the summative assessment. And oftentimes we notice they outperform these assessments. And so that's what Ms. Huggins is alluding to, that while this is solid, valid data, our kids tend to spike a bit when they take the end of year test.
Ms. Watley?
I don't have any questions, but I would like to take the opportunity to congratulate the district staff, but especially shout out to the teachers for all the hard work and dedication that they've put in, especially coming out of COVID, and you're hitting a wonderful pace and things are trending in the right direction. And not to mention our district is already pretty stellar. So I just wanted to say congratulations to everybody and job well done.
Ms. Roberson?
Darren first.
Oh, sorry. I looked at your chair, Darren.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Excuse me. Yeah, I have 2.5 questions. First one, particularly looking at slides 9 and 13, where are we now compared to where we were pre-COVID? Are we too far down, or are we still about the same, but we're still rising up?
I'll let Buffy elaborate, but what we noticed generally, Mr. Calhoun, we had a dip. We did have a sizable dip immediately after COVID, but we have recovered and rebounded, and we're excited about that. You want to say more?
She's exactly right. We're similar to where we were prior to the pandemic, so which is really good news. we've certainly gotten back to where we were, and hopefully we'll exceed that. And I think we will when we see other data.
And Mr. Calhoun, what Ms. Simmons and Ms. Roberts are referring to is we're back where we were pre-COVID in proficiency, but, excuse me, in projected proficiency. But our estimations, which is celebratory for our teachers, as you said, Ms. Watley, and our principals, is that our proficiency rates in both math and reading exceed our pre-COVID rates.
Nice.
Which is really, again, a testament to the hard work of folks in the schools.
Question 2, Mr. Calhoun.
And my 2.5 question right here. So what I'm really thinking about is, I know we have a lot of programs that are being used off of the ESSER funds right now. We already start looking at the evaluations on what things we need to start trying to move over to the general operating fund, so we can keep these numbers going in the direction that we would like.
We have, and so you'll notice at the end of every segment, we highlight the major initiatives and strategies we believe to be impactful. And so I can't say we can subscribe to every single package or program that happened during ESSER, but Mr. Kennedy, Ms. Carlin, the finance team, they have set aside a pool of money for that very purpose, so that we can sustain some of those programs that have proven to be meaningful and impactful, Mr. Calhoun.
Yep, last one. What do you need from us to help you keep doing what you're doing right now, besides the money?
Well, I'm not sure you should. That's the, well, we can tell you exactly what we need. One is the support to continue things like OGAP. I was just going to say this quickly, Darren. Already run 2 in-depth analysis on the impact of OGAP, which is a program to which Ms. Simmons referred a few slides ago. And we can actually, with Ms. Roberts' permission, share that in this week's board brief. So you can look at how we've analyzed the impact of OGAP on student success, on teacher effectiveness, et cetera. So I'll work with our staff to provide that to you. In regards to the supports we need moving forward, we're constantly assessing that with the team here. Saga is another high dosage tutoring service that has been used, that I know is paid for out of ESSER funds, that has supported our high school work, particularly as Mrs. Waters mentioned with Algebra 1.
Ms. Huggins, I'm sorry, before you go on,
Please.
please tell me the name of the second.
Saga, SAGA, is a high dosage tutoring program that we've partnered with a group of folks to pilot in 3 of our schools so that we could measure its effectiveness before trying to do anything broad scale.
And FYI, it's a part of the package that went to Audit and Finance last month that should appear on that 250K list tonight.
So that
Ms. Roberson.
that segue me into my question. I want to stay with strategies.
Okay.
So you talked about Saga. I want to talk about the flex period. Was it mandatory for all schools to build a flex period in? If so, what was the increase? And the schools that did not build a flex period in, did you see a difference?
Tonight is your time, Dr. Williams. So Dr. Williams leads the middle school learning community, and he is adamant that his schools utilize flex periods wisely for the purpose of enrichment, intervention, and support. Would you like to say more?
I can say a little bit more. So our flex period is not in every single one of our middle schools. One of the biggest things with a flex period is you need the time. So for some of our larger middle schools, because they have so many lunches, they can't accommodate a flex period. I do make it a bit of an expectation in our schools that we have seen traditionally struggle as far as our data is concerned. So a lot of our Title I schools, to be transparent with you, do have the flex period. I will be transparent and say we're really trying to nail down what it is that we're doing in the flex period. I can use reading for an example. In some of my schools, we're using Read 180 as a pilot because, of course, before we implement something fully, we want to make sure we have some strong data to support it. So I do have Read 180 in a few of my middle schools for the reading pieces. For math, we use some digital content along with some kind of small group teaching and the lessons we're creating ourselves as far as that's concerned. But we're really trying to nail down some really good programs that we can utilize during that period, because it needs to be a time where it's not just finishing up homework or being on digital content the entire time, but also some, direct instruction by the teacher. So that's part of what we're actually doing with that team that I spoke about earlier that we put together. As a matter of fact, I sent an email to Mr. Costner and also the individual in our district, Jennifer Seals, who's over like the math portion of intervention. And we're going to meet actually soon this week to discuss what we'll be doing moving forward with it, moving forward in that flex period for math. We feel like we've got some strong pieces for the reading, but we're really trying to nail down some things for the math. But that's in a nutshell what the flex period is. It's about 45 minutes of time. A lot of schools use it first thing in the morning. Some people do it like right after lunch because their data shows that that works best for them, just to do some really intense intervention with all kids. I want to make sure I state that it's not just the kids who have lagging data, but we want to accelerate our other kids as well who have some proficient and on grade level data to higher levels as well.
Okay, great. And Madam Chair, just one last thing. Thank you for that, Dr. Williams. This is an aside. I love this information and look forward to looking at the real data in September. However, I would like to, and maybe it's coming this summer, but we just finished with high school graduation. Is there a time that you will, as a part of the strategic education portion, present to us the college and career readiness part of it? I would love to find out about our graduation rate and the data relating to, has it increased, decreased, college and career readiness?
Mrs. Roberson, you are after my heart. Yes, ma'am. That, our goal 3 is all around college and career readiness. It is on our calendar. It was placed on our calendar, however, after the embargo data is lifted. We may be able to work with some of you privately or, 2 or 3 of you together in groups to give you a preview of some of that data as we transition our new superintendent. And so if we're able to do that in a way that Mrs. Roberts will not give me a large citation, she's staring at me, so I'm going to stop talking now. But yes, ma'am, that again, our whole goal 3 revolves around college and career readiness data. And we've seen some very positive, very, very positive return on that. Just last week, we looked at it as a small team. Thank you.
Dr. Temple.
Yeah, last but not least. First of all, I want to congratulate the staff on the hard work they're doing and the coming up with strategies that are working and that you're monitoring and evaluating and knowing, what is effective, so what to continue to support. And secondly, I want to say to the public, aren't you excited about the conversation we've just had about student outcomes and the education that our students are getting? We have had a very rich discussion here this evening with the board, and I want to use that thirdly to remind board members that a few months ago, we put together a survey saying that we were going to ask about topics that are of interest to us. I heard Mr. Grabowski saying he'd like to know more about the accelerated schools. Ms. Roberson talked about knowing more about our career and technology programs. So we have a lot going on in Charleston that we need to know more about and that we can celebrate. So those are 3 things that I wanted to say this evening, and thank you all for your hard work.
Moving on to the facts and figures that support that hard work. We will go to agenda item 8. Is there 8A, is there a motion to adopt the resolution authorizing the issuance of installment purchase revenue refunding bonds in one or more series to refund all or portions of the outstanding callable maturities of the Charleston Educational Excellence Financing Corporation installment purchase revenue refunding bonds series 2013B at such times that market conditions exist to provide net present value debt service savings of at least 4%.
So moved.
Moved by Mr. Grabowski, second by Mr. Calhoun. Discussion. Are there questions, or Ms. Carlin, would you like to comment on it? It was covered very well in audit and finance.
Yeah, I think this was covered in audit and finance. I think it was also covered at Cal. So I think this is a wonderful move, and I think staff and financial advisors are doing an extremely good job to find such a great opportunity. Mr. Kennedy too. So that's good.
Any comment, Mr. Kelly?
I do not.
Ms. Waters? Ms. Bailey? Ms. Watley? Mr. Calhoun?
No, I'll just say, as Mr. Grabowski said, they covered this pretty well, and this is only for the best for the district.
Ms. Roberson?
No.
Dr. Temple? Then we'll call for the vote. And the motion passes. Item B, fiscal year 24 facility use and rental guide. Is there a motion to approve the 2024 2025? Is that should it be 2025?
Should be fiscal year 24. So it'd be the 23-24 school year.
Okay, so it's a typo in an agenda. Gotcha. Thank you. Motion to approve the 2023-2024 facility use and rental guide with provided changes.
So moved.
Moved by Mr. Grabowski. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Dr. Temple. We received information on this in our packet. Are there any questions for Ms. Barnett? Then we'll call for the vote. And the motion passes. Agenda item C, is there a motion to approve the reallocation of funds as provided in the attached resolution?
So moved.
Moved by Mr. Grabowski. Is there a second? I'll second. Are there any questions for Ms. Shaw on the reallocation?
I have a comment.
Mhm.
I don't know, am I talking to Mr. Rory?
Ms. Shaw's on the line as well, Ms. Roberson.
I'm
here as
well, Ms. Roberson. Well, it's just a comment, and I guess it's just a general comment. When I read the reallocation and it's for the future New Carolina Park Elementary. So it seems like we are allocating money in anticipation. And I would just like to make a comment that in my district, there are current needs that I would like to see addressed as well in some of these reallocations. And I'm not sure if you did, whomever did a presentation on your priorities and your ways, maybe that needs to happen to this board right here, because it's very difficult for me to continuously approve things for schools that they're new, and then schools in my district, they're older, and we need gyms and other things, and we don't have it. So I'm just wanting to make sure that equity is being practiced.
If I
Thank you.
could comment on that, Ms. Roberson, it certainly is. I appreciate the point. The phase 4 sales tax is limited to those projects that were on that referendum that was passed back in 2014. And Carolina Park is over capacity, and this would allow us to expand what's there without adding trailers. So that's why this project was picked.
So is there a point in time? Is there any way to look at the needs that Ms. Roberson sees in her schools? Because when I visit on the island, I see it as well.
Yes, ma'am. We can certainly reshare the
capital maintenance list. That program is based on needs of each individual school, no matter what the age is. And it shows the projects that are lined up for every school for the 6-year period of the current sales tax referendum. I can, again, reshare that so you all can see all the schools in your districts to see what funds are going in what direction and maintain that equity in those schools.
Thank you. I think that would be greatly appreciated.
Yeah.
Any other comments before we call for the vote or questions? Then we'll call for the vote. He just rejoined.
Yes, I'm sorry. We got a storm coming through right now. I'm saying aye.
Thank you. And the motion passes. On to item 8D. Is there a motion to approve the reallocation of funds as shown on the attached resolution?
So moved.
Moved by Mr. Grabowski. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Ms. Bailey. Are there questions for Ms. Shaw about this reallocation of Phase 4 sales tax? Say Phase 5. Hearing none, we'll call for the vote.
Aye.
Thank you. And the motion passes. On to item 8E. Is there a motion to approve the reallocation of funds as shown on this attached resolution?
So moved.
Moved by Mr. Grabowski. Is there a second? I'll second. Are there questions for Mr. Barowie on this allocation? Hearing none, we'll call for the vote. And the motion passes. 8F. Do I hear a motion to approve the distribution of the Laura Brown Special Board funds as submitted in the amount of $50,000 as presented at the Audit and Finance Committee?
So moved.
I second.
Moved by Mr. Grabowski, seconded by Ms. Watley. So Ms. Bowles, we made it specific in the amount of the $50,000 as presented to Audit and Finance.
Discussion.
Now, any questions? Ms.
Just a quick question, just looking at the schools that are listed here, I don't see representation from, D4 schools, non-magnet, non-charter schools. And so I'm just wondering really about the process. I mean, since this is a board fund, what is the process for making sure that students are getting access to the scholarship funds?
Ms. Denny can answer that question for you.
Hi, Ms. Waters. On March 17th, the communications office sent via the principal's packet a notification to all principals about the availability of Laura Brown funds. Laura Brown funds are allocated for students who were first place recipients in their local or regional competitions and who will then move on to national competitions.
So one question, understanding that students have to get first place in their competitions is, this is going back to access. One in just the student side, but then also even the side of supporting principals. If you are a principal and you have historically not had any students go forward for this, are you even thinking about it as an offering to your school? And so what is the opportunity to make sure that more schools are being able to take advantage, more students are aware? And oftentimes in schools like mine, folks are not even competing in these spaces because of the lack of programming, et cetera. And so I think there's just a larger concern about access to programming, access to, opportunities for students to expand and enrich themselves. And I know I've talked with Ms. Roberson because we have similar situations in our districts. And so don't want to overshare, but I know Ms. Roberson has some similar thoughts.
I think, is that a question or a comment?
Well, it's a comment and a question that I'm guessing you don't have a solution for today, but I think that we need to be expanding access to national merit opportunities for all of our students, and that principals need to be aware that this is an expectation that they offer to students, because I think the email by itself is insufficient when a principal has just historically not been involved in this type of program. And for students, there's so much resourcing that needs to occur long before they get to this point.
Ms. Waters, Ms. Denny, if you don't mind.
I don't.
Ms. Waters, you're right. We need to do better. I'll work with Dr. Swearingen, Dr. Williams, Dr. Epplesheimer, and Ms. Haynes to make sure we target more with talk more to all of our principals and look at the access and opportunity in our schools. Thank you.
I'm sorry.
I
wanna
want to
finish,
and then I'll move on.
Just one other thought, and anytime there's scholarship funds or, free money, students in my district need that kind of support. Absent those funds, families may not be able to afford anything like this. And so I just think it's just such a missed opportunity for our students to know that there is funds available for them to go further, and for us to really resource ourselves to prepare them to take advantage.
Other comments?
Yeah, so ditto everything Ms. Waters said. But in addition to that, is the Laura Brown Scholarship capped at 50,000? And is there we don't have an option to increase it? Because it looks like what you did is, because it was only 50,000, you went back and you subtracted from some students. And I would hate that, that we have other resources that you didn't have to take away from those students because we had to stay within that 50,000.
Yes, ma'am. So right now, the Laura Brown funds are allocated in the amount of $50,000. And so that was the amount that we were working within, but I definitely understand your point that there was a request that exceeded 50,000.
We have to remember that this is part of our general operating funds. So this is money that we budgeted in. This isn't really, it's a scholarship, but it's a line item in our general operating fund.
So it's not an endowment?
No.
Okay. Well, I wanted to
Go ahead,
speak
Dr. Temple.
also to the fact about equity and opportunity, and more of our schools aware of this opportunity. But I think also I knew Laura Brown when she served on this board, and that was a long time ago. So $50,000 went pretty far then, doesn't go very far now. So when you even look at what we are able to help the students with right now is not even probably coming close to what it costs. And so that might also be a factor here, that some of the schools aren't applying because they know even the amount they're going to get is not going to be able to cover the expenses in the school. If they don't have a strong, vibrant PTA, they're not going to be able to support it. So I think as a board, we need to look into boosting this fund, because I think it's very important for our students to have this opportunity, and for the amount that we can give them not be a barrier for them to not participate in these competitions.
Thank you.
Circling back, Mr. Grabowski, do you have anything to add? Mr. Kelly,
I do not.
Ms. Bailey, Ms. Watley, Mr. Calhoun?
The only thing I would add was, this was the, you correct me if I'm wrong, Ms. Denny, this was one of the first years that we actually maxed out, in a few years, correct?
I believe so. Yes, sir.
Since COVID. So, yeah, we absolutely need to look at increasing it and also bringing the awareness around, how we can get more of our schools represented within these funds. Like we talked about at audit and finance. So, thank you.
Yes, sir.
Okay, Ms. Watley?
Since we're on the subject of, I was a student athlete, so that's why this is important to me. But kind of listening to what everyone else is saying, yeah, I feel there's probably a lot of unnoticed talent at some of these schools, and bringing awareness from the principals perhaps, or to the principals perhaps, that this is available for these children. Could we also then do some sort of physical, because I've noticed even with these students that come before us, that many of them excel in PE. So is there a way that we can even recruit from within our district and then promote these children, giving them access to this new track and field that's going to be built in D4, and other ways that we can then let's take our children that are athletically inclined and let's maybe try to propel them forward.
Thank you. Any more questions or comments, Mr. Kennedy?
I do have one comment. So the issue of access is really a big issue in CCSD on many levels, the levels that Ms. Waters and Ms. Robertson is talking about. Just for the $50,000, I would remind the board that if you don't make a change in that right now, the spring of next year, we'll be at the same amount as we are this year. So that's one small step perhaps in terms of trying to recognize that there's an access and just do something about it now. And then you take a look at a lot of our small schools, like middle schools, where they don't have access to programming because the number of students is not high enough to drive the revenue like the larger schools. So those are examples throughout the district where we have this access problem, and that access problem is going to stay an access problem until we access solutions to it.
I'd like to move that we add $25,000 to the Laura Brown Fund to help more of our students have access to this fund.
I second.
I think that might have to come up in a budget meeting. It can't come up now because this is already budgeted.
There's also currently a
Yeah.
pending motion on the floor.
A point of order. Yeah.
Right. So we will,
Try anything.
but if you're offering an amendment, we'll vote on the amendment. But I think this might be the budget issue. Okay. So are we good with the question?
Mhm.
I think the point has been made. It'll probably be increased, but for now, we'll call for the question and vote. Thank you, Ms. Denny, for answering the questions. And the motion passes. We're on item 8G. Is there a motion to approve appointing Stephen Duke and Velma Stamp to the Audit and Finance Committee for another term through May 2025?
So moved.
Moved by Mr. Grabowski. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Mr. Calhoun. Are there any questions?
Yeah, I'd just like the public to know that, Stephen Duke is our IT guy. So he's very important to the committee because as part of the charter, we have to have an IT person. And Miss Velma is a wonderful person with extensive procurement experience. So she is, once again, to get those two. And the best news is through the hard work of Ms. Robertson, we actually have some new members that will be considered as we can work through the vetting process. So this committee is definitely on the right track. So I appreciate the board's help.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments? Then we'll call for the vote. And the motion passes. We are on to item 8H. Is there a motion regarding this?
Yes, Madam Chair, and I'd like to make a motion that we approve all items on the list with the exceptions of items 4, 7, and 11. And
I second that motion.
If you'll kindly repeat the item, the motion.
I'd like to make a motion to approve all items on the list with the exceptions of items 4, 7, 11, which I would like to defer to the August meeting for clarification.
And Mr. Calhoun, you second? Did I
No,
hear that?
That was Ed.
Oh, Ed, Mr. Kelly, second.
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I apologize. Let me
That's
rephrase
okay.
that. Thank you very
It's
much.
getting late.
I
That's
didn't, I
okay.
missed a month. It should have been July. I would like to I would like to make a motion to approve all items on the list with the exceptions of items 4, 7, and 11, which I would like to defer to the July meeting.
May I, so respectfully, Mr. Grabowski, if we defer some of these items, we won't be able to continue services, which means that the relationship with the University of Virginia and the acceleration schools, Ms. Haynes, will be negatively impacted. We have summer training July 10th, in fact. Saga, services are needed to get that high dosage tutoring set up for students at West Ashley High School, Burke, and Stall. And then iTutor is comprehensive services, Mr. Brigman.
And iTutor is specifically to fill classroom vacancies. So it will be a little too late if we wait till the end of July.
And why is that?
Because we have to let iTutor, we need to let them know now how many teachers we need.
And what about Saga? In that a September tutoring class? And the reason I bring it up is we've just gone, going through deeply in on this. There really has been no justification on Saga. And I know it was the first time you mentioned that it was a beta test. So I'm just trying to figure out how much, we've been paying per student.
We have substantial data points associated with Saga, and most of this hinges on staffing. So when we procure contracts with vendors, they have to staff the program. And so we are not able to do that until late summer. That compromises our ability, as Ms. Huggins alluded to move forward.
I have a question. If you don't mind.
Okay, if we can just do it one at a time. So this would be postponed until July 17th, or audit and finance on July 6th, and then the board and Cal on 17th, correct?
Correct. And should we just do this, we're in discussion right now, right?
Correct.
Right. Because I really just want to clarify this. So because a lot of this is ESSER 3, all three of these projects are ESSER 3 funding. And because of some of the stuff that we're doing with ESSER 3, and because we have a new superintendent coming in, I just think it's right that these can be reviewed by the new superintendent and his curriculum team, as to the impact data can be shared to him as to it. Because my understanding, the SAGA program, it's extremely expensive. And it'd be great to have the data showing that it's actually worked, because this is the first time I've actually heard you refer. Now, I don't want to stop anything with the acceleration schools. So if you're telling me that the University of Virginia line item for 293 is directly related to the accelerated schools, I would just like to hear what that's for.
So line item 4 is University of Virginia, and I think we provided a detailed summary of that in the board brief after the last CAL you'd asked about. And then SAGA is implemented in both Acceleration High School and Stall High School and West Ashley High School. We've done, it's the analysis that I referred to, I think, with Mr. Calhoun at the last CAL meeting. We've done an in-depth program analysis of SAGA and its work, and we can provide that when we provide OGAP in this week's board brief as well, if you'd like. But we did that program analysis internally because we like to assess what we're using before we enter into contracts that are fairly costly. So our internal teams did an internal analysis into SAGA, and we did reduce the contract from what we've done in prior years as we look at the sunset of ESSER, but our principals have been fairly adamant that they wanted and expected the support from us centrally.
And it was a costly venture. And to that end, we adjusted the contract to almost half. In addition to the Assessment and Evaluation Office doing an assessment on SAGA, Mathematica completed an independent analysis as well. So we feel confident that that is a worthwhile program to continue. And we can for sure tonight send you some more supporting data.
Because as we come closer to the end of ESSER and the use of ESSER funds, when we have, programs like this that are pretty expensive when you go per student, and then you start to, wonder how, once again, finding the successes and what's working and why we're not doing that internally versus having to bring in an outside vendor to do something over and over and over again. I just think our staffs, our teachers are phenomenal. And I see this tutoring program and then, and I don't know what the number is per student. I can't get that answer. I would love to know it.
And you may have.
I might could leave some facts and figures, but go ahead.
So Mrs. Simmons thinks that she may have provided that, but she can pull that back up, Mr. Grabowski. You do? Okay. So Ms. Simmons. So while she looks at that, Mr. Grabowski, so these resources, like Ms. Simmons said, are staffing. And so rather than add additional FTEs out of the GOF, this supports SAGA, the SAGA partnership supports the staffing and the programming in our schools, in addition to how you all approve our schools to be staffed out of the GOF. And so, although it does appear to be a high line item, once you add additional salaries for additional folks to fund out of the GOF, it actually is probably less expensive when you look at the programming on top of the folks. Ms. Simmons.
Can I please just jump in while we're in this vein?
Oh, I'm sorry.
That's okay. My curiosity about this discussion is, why do we need to hire an outside vendor? Why can't our teachers do the tutoring? And especially since we are familiar with this program.
Mrs. Wally, it's such a good question. I think Dr. Williams mentioned earlier, how schools are scheduled and staffed just does not allow for teachers to have the extra time in the day. We often have to pay teachers extra duty, extra pay. When I was a principal, for example, and I did what Dr. Williams referenced, because I worked alongside of him in the middle school learning community, I had to pay teachers extra duty, extra pay, and ask them to give up their planning periods in order to do some of the high dosage tutoring that Saga has afforded us, if that makes sense. It's a scheduling and a resource issue.
Use within the school
It-
day.
To use within, yes, ma'am,
It is.
within the school day. Yes, ma'am.
So if you'll share with us the figures that Ms. Carlin passed over.
So I believe it was you, Ms. McKinney, who
Yes.
posed the question about how many adults are supporting the effort. And I responded, between the 3 campuses, there are approximately 16 fellows, meaning support,
Right.
meaning tutors, allocated between the 3 campuses, as well as each campus has a substitute floater. In the event that one of the tutors is absent, the services aren't discontinued. They can continue to provide services on a daily basis. I did not say, I did not provide the dollar amount attached per student, the way Mr. Grybowski just alluded to, which we can. I know what the totality of the contract is. So from that, I can get you a more
Right. So
approximate cost.
I did some arithmetic in it, and so correct me if I'm wrong, but the amount that's being requested is $1,205,900. And you told me that helps up to 300 students. So if you divide 300 students into that number, that's a big number
It is
for a
pricey.
tutor.
I never denied that it's not a pricey venture in terms of the high dosage tutoring model. It is price wise. The contract was in excess of 2 million previously under, I want to say 2 years ago when we started ESSER. And so that, for that reason, we did the program impact. But Mr. Grybowski just alluded to what's happening in acceleration schools. We have data that supports the program and how many of our scholars at Burke High School, one of our schools who we have to make an impact with, how many of those scholars who participated in Saga passed their end of course exam. And so I think if you're not prepared tonight to move forward with it, we do have the data to support the price tag, if you
I'm
will.
all for math tutoring. It just needs to have a reasonable price tag.
And I think, I mean, in talking to Ms. Carlin and everyone, I know we have a meeting set up with Dr. John Cobb to go over all of the ESSER impact coming up. I think it's July. And I think that's going to be very helpful. I mean, because it's been something that, we should have done a long time ago. I fault myself too for not pushing harder on that, but to get a name so that we can really look at these ESSERs, what, has been impactful, like you're saying, and justifying for the acceleration schools. Like, I agree. I mean, we have to do everything we can to get these kids to move forward. That's why I would love to hear a report from the acceleration schools, because I hear nothing but great things. So I think we need to keep supporting that. But at the same time, it would be helpful to see the data tied into what the actual programs are doing. That's been my problem, as we will get to with ESSER all along. We see the money going out, but I don't see any, data or showing what is actually occurring. And I'm really happy to hear that it's working at the acceleration schools. So what you've just said kind of
Schools among
supports
the
it.
others as well. It's go ahead, Mr. Kennedy.
And I also get the point with the virtual schools. I mean, I don't want to stop that program. So if you need to go on a contract, then that has to move forward. You're right. But at the same time, we have to be wary as we go forward on the ESSER funding, that we're going to be looking to find money into the budget to keep certain programs that are working, like the virtual programs.
I'd
So
also just like to champion
may I
our
just-
I'm finished.
I would like
teachers
to come
and
down the line.
give our
so we can
teachers
keep
the
going.
opportunity. before
Mr.
we
Kelly,
outsource.
oh, excuse me.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Mr. Kennedy, Mr. Kelly.
Yeah, I think I heard Leah saying what I was thinking, which is that if we are going to spend $1.2 million and we have teachers who are saying that they're having trouble making rent. I would like to see us offering overtime to our in-house staff before we are hiring outside vendors and paying the overhead associated with contractors.
Ms. Waters?
So I have several comments. Number one, high dosage tutoring is proven to be an excellent solution, not just a teacher, getting paid, because we will have to pay them too. And even in paying those teachers, their job is to develop lesson plans, to follow their pacing guide, to follow the curriculum that they have. These tutoring programs are specializing in what they're doing and using strategies and techniques that are different than what is in the classroom. There's a high dosage tutoring program that I'm very familiar with, that even, for instance, pairs college students with students in the classroom, and they tutor them in groups of 1 to 4. And those students repeatedly report that they benefit so much, and scores show that they benefit so much from those teachers, because it's putting someone new, someone younger, someone who can sort of relate to them. These programs have a lot of nuances and unique attributes that you don't necessarily get from a classroom. And our teachers are already overburdened. The second thing that I would mention, in addition to the fact that, and I'm sorry, I had to write my things down because there was so much conversation happening. I needed I would be in favor, well, actually going back to UVA, because I know that's on this list of things to take out as well. And that's ongoing teacher development, and particularly in schools that have very high turnover. And I think last year, Charleston County's teacher retention rate or attrition rate was around 20%. And so and I don't know what it's going to be next year. Certainly hope it's a lot lower. But the thought being, particularly in schools that students in my communities attend, there is very high turnover, and that teacher development is so much more critical. The other thing I would say about the academic stuff is, like, everything we're pulling out here is academic. It's in motion. We're fine with all of the facility stuff, the IT stuff, et cetera, but the things that we're talking about pulling out and picking apart are the academic pieces. And I don't care if it supports 300 kids or not. If we've got an opportunity to help some of our students who need the most help, we should be willing to resource them. And I don't like the pitting of teachers against students either, because we're not going to say, if we're going to do this thing for our kids, we should be allowing our teachers to do. We don't need to give more for our teachers to do. We actually need to lean into national best practices, which high dosage tutoring is one of. The last thing that I'll say is, if we're going to think about cutting things and assessing programs, let's not stop something that's already in motion, but set a plan to assess it in the next year and figure out if it needs to carry over into the next budget. But we keep hitting these, going 100 miles an hour, hitting the brakes and jerking the system, or thinking about doing that. And it's just not appropriate. And actually, I said that was the final thing, but this will be the last thing, I promise. All of this is coming out of ESSER 3, and we've named that if we don't use it, we will lose it. That doesn't mean we just fund any old thing, but there's data to support this stuff. So there's just not a reason to pick it apart in the way that we're doing. If we want to think later on about whether it's just too costly to go into GOF, I completely understand and support the opportunity to have that conversation, but this is money that we will lose. Why not continue programming that has been working for our students who need it the most?
Ms. Bailey?
Just want to say, if you're not faithful with the little, how can we be faithful with much? And I don't have a problem with our students having the resources that they need to succeed. But I believe that whatever money that we have, we need to be very careful of how we're spending it. And we need to have accountability for it. So I would like to see the statistics on it, because that's a lot of money. And we need to be held accountable for that. Whether we're going to lose it or keep it or use it or whatever, we need to be accountable for what's been placed in our hands.
Ms. Watley? Mr. Calhoun?
Yeah, wow. Ms. Waters said a lot of things I have written down on my whole page here. We talk about evaluating things that we have coming out of ESSA right now. The three things we just designated to pull out of this contract list are the three things we actually have evaluations on. Those are the three of the things we can actually evaluate and see how things are moving well. We just got that big report that said some of these things are what's actually helping our students right now. And yet we are picking these three out. Yes, it is a very high price point. Congratulations, but we need this to keep helping our students move forward. And again, we have a new superintendent coming in. He will be able to look at it and say, all right, we're looking at our budget for next year, because he already told us he's going to start looking at our budget for next year in October. He can say, all right, we're going to have to look at this one. Let's try to pull that out. Let's pull that out. Let's pull that out. Let's not set him up for failure right now by pulling out some of the resources that are actually helping us do well right now. We need to keep all three of these in. And after everyone talked, Keith, if you are willing, I will put up an amendment to just accept everything that's on this list, and let's just keep moving forward right now.
Ms. Roberson?
My theme for tonight is District 8. And when I look at Saga, if it's this high dose tutoring that's being beneficial to the students, I don't see schools in my district benefiting from it. So again, I will continue to harp on equity when until someone hears my voice up here. District 8, Title I schools, equity. And my next comment is about the fixed cost ownership FY24. Are we using that monies and we've not approved the budget yet? FY24? The funding source for number 1 and number 2.
Jeff, do you want to respond or you want me to?
Go ahead, please.
So your question was, are we already using this money? Are we already using this money that's on this list?
FY24, so isn't that the budget year that we are currently working on to approve?
Well, yes, but I guess I misunderstood your question. I thought you were asking if we were using this money now before y'all had approved it, and I was gonna say no. Your question is actually, why does this say FY24 for fixed cost of ownership?
If the budget's not been approved yet.
On
So-
line items 1 and 2.
Yeah.
Joyce? Yes. Mayor Joyce, please.
Hi, I'm happy to clarify that. In February of each year, we bring a program and project list to you all, along with the bond anticipation note for the funding. So it's really just the title for the next fiscal year. But once you all approve that in February, that program actually commences. So I know it's a little confusing with the title, but we do not have to wait until July 1 for that program.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Dr. Temple?
Well, I wish I had known these items were going to be pulled before, but I think the items are significant in that the ESSER funds were designed to help innovation and help low-performing students and recover from COVID. So the 3 items identified, pulling those takes away the purpose that ESSER was for. So I believe that we need to keep those programs in place for all the reasons Ms. Waters identified really good points about the programs. I've heard from staff that you have the data. I believe you. And so I just don't see pulling items that have been important for innovation and that are important now for staff to get those in place. This July 17th is what, a month before school starts? We need to know that these were in the plan and we need to support the plan moving forward.
Thank
So I will not support removing these items from.
So,
this
Mr. Grabowski, there's a question from Mr. Calhoun for you.
Well, Mr. Kennedy, you want to respond? I'm sorry.
I do have a comment. Thank you very much. So, so the academic team presented data to you all tonight and to the public showing that we have made progress for all racial groups. I have not dug into the data as they have, but they have indicated to me, as they indicated to you all tonight, that both in the last time we met 2 weeks ago, that in reading and math, that the results that we're seeing now will exceed the pre-pandemic numbers. And this is not growth, this is proficiency. So I have not dug into that data, but what I have done, I have dug into data that preceded that, and I've gone very deep in that data. And so if what they're telling us tonight about what they are seeing, that means then, based on what my analysis that I've done over the last few years, is that for SC Ready, if what they're saying holds, this would be the highest SC Ready scores since the SC Ready was implemented in 2016 for all racial groups. And then the second point, and the last point that I will make is that I've seen this before in this district in the data analysis I've done. So between 2006 and 2013, we were making progress, steady progress for all racial groups. And then I took a look at what those actions, initiatives, programs that were in place when we were making that progress. Those programs and initiatives, many of those were dismantled, taken away, discarded right after 2013. And scores, the students began to decline and have been declining until recently. So what my fear is that if we take away the programs that have proven to be effective in improving student outcomes for white kids, for African-American kids, for Hispanic kids, for all kids in this district, then we're gonna have a repeat of what happened after 2013 for all kids, for their academic achievement to go down. And once that happens, it's a struggle. It's a multi-year struggle to recapture that.
And Darren, before you make your motion, I'd just like to make one
question first. But go ahead. I have a question, but go ahead first.
So as I understand it, the item 4, just for clarification, is for leadership development and support for the existing acceleration schools. So that's ongoing right now during the summer. And so this would be just continuing this program on and funding it up and keeping it going.
And is this the July workshop that's scheduled?
The proposal here includes the acceleration schools and some additional schools that have recently been identified as underperforming by the state. To
Excellent.
be able to onboard them into some of the professional development work
Okay.
that Jackie has helped lead.
And I see Mr. Brigman's left, but I think he already answered the question on the the virtual school, so we don't have to go there. So really, Darren, before you, and you can ask your questions, but I really think to Ms. Robertson's point, and it's not removing it, it's deferring it. So if the saga could be just deferred, so we could just talk a little more about it, talk more about the equity and the use of this program, the success of the program, and see if it can be stretched out, spread out. What I would be in favor of is just having that one deferred, because I don't want to stop any of the acceleration, programs. And it sounds like the virtual one is very important, but I just think there needs to be a little more discussion on the saga. That's all.
All right. Ms. Carlin, for 4, 7, and 11, those are all ESSER 3. If we were to pull those out, will we have to make another amendment to our ESSER funding to let them know that we're not using it the way that we intended to use it?
If we permanently pull that and we don't follow through, yes, another amendment will have to be filed with the State Department.
And with number 4, if we don't enter into it now, then we would end up losing the contract and would not be able to get get them back on board. Am I correct with that, Ms. Huggins?
I would need to refer to Anita and Michelle on that question. Mr. Calhoun, could you ask that one more time? My apologies.
If we don't move on this now, and particularly if we don't have those teachers using going to that July 10th training, we're gonna end up losing that contract, and we won't be able to jump back onto it at a later point. So meaning we will have to go file another amendment. If we deferred this right now, we would not be able to jump into University of Virginia after July 10th or on July 17th.
Thank you, Mr. Calhoun. I apologize. So we might miss out on that training opportunity. We could go ahead with the other services outlined in that contract. We truncated that contract so that we would have time to onboard Dr. Gailey and to get him acquainted with the work with UVA and to utilize that contract from now until December, so that if he wanted to continue that work post-December, he could make that decision alongside our team. So the original contract was truncated. Mr. Calhoun, you might remember the first contract was more expensive than what's on the current list.
Or what I don't want to happen is if we start pulling these ESSER things out and we're not able to secure them later on because we deferred it, and we have to file another amendment on top of the amendment we already have to file for the teacher bonuses, that's going to delay those bonuses even longer because we got 2 different amendments going through at the same time.
Sure, and I understand that. And from my world with amendments, I understand that completely. So I appreciate that. If I may, just with the saga, Dr. Davis just shared with me this slide, that at West Ashley High School, the pass rate on EOCs from 21-22 went from 50% to 65%, and C or better went from 22 to 40%, and at RB Stall from 48% in 2021 to 64% in 2022, and C or better from 14% to 38% in 2022. And again, Ms. Roberson, your point is very well taken that, neither Baptist Hill nor St. John's is there. It is a costly program. And so we do try to start programs like this small so we can evaluate their effectiveness to determine whether they're noteworthy. And this is this was completed the 2nd year of Saga in our school. But I do appreciate that, Ms. Roberson. We have it for advisement.
So for clarification, is if we, under this contract, are we limited to giving it to these specific schools, or can it be changed over to where Ms. Robertson, we can reevaluate that?
Initially, under Carolyn Belcher, the former CAO, this was made available to all the schools. These 3 opted into the program. And so we can expand. We're open to expanding. The price point will expand as well.
That's been our hesitation until we can assess the effectiveness. And again, we've done, thank you. We try to start small, and that's why we've done at least 2 different program evaluations on this. So that's where we are.
And just
We
in
too
defense
were
of,
concerned with the price point.
in defense of my schools, the opting in and them not opting in, we are all aware that both of my high schools have had transitioned with their principals year after year.
Fair enough. We typically start pilots really small just to get a sense, to ascertain, is it worth expanding? And so we've received some proof points that it has been impactful, pricey, but impactful. And we're open to expanding with the support of the board in terms of the monetary implications.
All right, so
May I ask Ms. Paler one? So as it stands, we have a motion on the floor. We have discussed it. We may call for its vote, but then we may have another motion in relationship to this procurement. Is that not the most efficient way to handle it?
or
Kept
can I-
a friendly amendment.
All right.
right,
Mr.
Can I-
Calhoun?
Yeah, can I make a friendly amendment towards Mr. Grabowski to accept the entire package?
I'll accept it.
Would you repeat what you said, please, Mr. Calhoun?
Accept the
Oh.
entire packet.
Yeah, to accept the entire package. So this will be a motion to approve the projects on the attached list.
And you'll accept that, Mr. Grabowski?
I'll accept it.
Okay, then we'll call for the vote.
Ms.
Well-
McKinney, I had a sorry.
Ms. Waters?
Oh.
Just a question about the saga piece and the potential to expand. If we approve this today, it's just for these schools because that's the quoted price. What would be the opportunity to bring in more schools if there would there be an opportunity beyond this point?
We'd have to work with the provider to ascertain whether or not they have the staffing to support us if we wanted to expand. We try to work in partnership with schools to make sure that whatever we're providing, whatever we're offering, they have the capacity and the ability to support it. We want to do things and do it well. And so these 3 schools chose to participate. They have found some success. We knew it was a pricey package, and that's why we took a hard look at it. That's why we, in some parts, reduced the program, but we're open to expanding where it makes sense for our schools. And so the answer is yes, we can work with the vendor to see if they can. I can't give a hard yes or no tonight without going back to the team and saying, okay, there may be some schools, I haven't talked to those principals yet, that may be interested.
Ms. Simmons, I have a question. So you've only selected a few schools and you're talking about expanding. So has been paid so far has just been for those few schools. So what is the plan going forward if you expand this program, and what price tag are we talking about?
To be honest,
We don't know.
we understand that ESSER is sunsetting. So that was another reason to reduce the package. Understanding that a year from now, we are on our way out in terms of how we sustain some of our programmings. I'm responding to the board asking about expansion. So that wasn't our original intent walking into the meeting tonight, but hearing the concerns, the valid concerns, I'm open to exploring and figuring out our path forward.
Are there any more questions about this specific motion? Then we'll call for the question. Vote. And the motion passes. We're on to item I. Is there a motion to approve the reallocation of ESSER 3 funds to pay the one-time $5,000 bonus to certified classroom teachers to include media and guidance?
I move.
Second.
Moved by Ms. Watley, seconded by Mr. Grabowski. We'll start at the other end. Are there any comments, Dr. Temple? Or is there a question? We all have comments.
I don't have a question, but I am totally in support of us finding the money to give our teachers the $5,000 bonus they so well deserve.
We're going to try to limit to questions instead of comments because it's so late. Ms. Roberson, any questions?
I too am in favor of giving the teachers the $5,000 bonus. Just want to ask, what categories are you suggesting that we get it out of?
Mr. Kennedy's raised his hand.
So there has been no work on analyzing where, is it $19.3 million, I believe it is, to do the $5,000 bonus. So I think in the motion, or at least in the background, they listed several different options, 5,000, 2,000, 1,000, maybe even 7,000. So first of all, staff did not have a number to work with out of that range of numbers. And number two, again, the 5,000 is 19.3. All of the dollars, all of the ESSER $3 are already for expenditures been approved by the State Department. So that means that we would have to do an analysis and see where we would reallocate $19.3 million. So that's going to have a significant impact at the school level. A lot of those dollars are in FTE that schools have backfilled for the learning loss. And so that has to be determined. And that is not an easy task to say where we're going to pull money from to be able to do that. And then the last point I'll make is a few minutes ago, there's discussion about the amendment process. There's a process associated with the amendment. So the State Department every summer shuts down the amendment window for federal grants. We are in that shutdown period now because all of the federal grants have to be closed out during the summer. And that deadline for that closeout and submitting those reports to the state is August 15th. And so the window for amendments will not be reopened by the state until after that date. And so whatever we do with the ESSER dollars that's not right now in the approved plan by the state, we'll have to wait until at least after August 15th.
August 15th. Okay.
In order to just submit the amendment to the state, and then we have to go through that process of the state trying to understand what's in the amendment.
What was the date again?
August
15th.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, August 15th.
Okay.
And then that's a standard date every year.
So he answered my second question, how would it affect schools? So you said that. So my third question is, when you're looking, instead of looking at the whole line item, do you have funds that you allocated money to towards a project that's not been used?
Well, certainly you have opportunities when you talk about this type of volume of money to be able to look at different line items, but then to be able to do that and extract $19.3 million, the opportunities are very small to be able to get enough dollars from a line item without looking at big swaths of expenditures.
Okay, and my final question, if line item 10, summer and after school learning, that's right, 16.2 million. How many, do you know, how many students do you have in summer school this year and the cost of summer school?
I don't know, but I can get that information from staff. About that too. I don't have that.
Are you running a full summer school program this year?
Ms. Roberson, we have summer camps, summer enrichment camps operating for our Read to Succeed scholars. Those are students who, by state statute, third graders who are at risk of being retained. So we have summer camps running for all of those scholars, and we have a middle school program running as well.
So third grade, so it's not a full program this
Right.
summer. Last year, do you know?
Off the top of my head, what we did,
Yeah, did you run a full program? Or?
we did an elementary program, a middle program, and for high schools, it's more of credit recovery.
So it sounds like last year was a full year? Summer school, middle, high school and elementary school.
Since ESSER
Right.
funding
Mhm.
was available.
Right.
We had what I just described. As we prepare for ESSER to sunset, this year, we downsized. We did scale down to Read to Succeed third graders. We have a middle school programming, and we continue with high school credit recovery.
It seems like some monies may be in number 10. I'm done.
May I come back to a question?
If once I go to
Okay.
everybody once, if you don't mind.
Yeah.
Do you have a response, Mr. Kennedy?
Well, I mean, I mean, there's some money in every category,
No, but this-
all 15
it was-
categories. So the question is, how do we analyze each of the categories? No, this is what we would do. We have to analyze each of the categories, see what the least negative impact would be to schools, and then how then do we mitigate those impacts, those negative impacts, while we come up with the if it's $5,000, 19.3. So I would assume that there's not 19.3 that we just take out of category 10.
Well, I mean, that's summer school, so that's why I'm asking, what did you use last year?
Right.
What are you using this year? And any projections for next summer? Because that's
That's
$16
a good
million.
point. This does include projections for next summer as
Right,
well.
exactly.
Yes, okay.
But I would also be mindful. I think it's something that Dr. Temple said, that the ESSER dollars were, there are three main reasons why the federal government allocate those dollars. And one of those was learning loss. And so we've had tremendous learning losses in this district across the country. And I think it's been demonstrated that we have used those dollars effectively to be able to turn that loss around. And so I want to make sure that as we talk about reallocating the ESSER dollars for any reason, that we pay attention to what's worked. And because again, Ms. Roberson and others, I mean, once the trajectory starts going down, it is tough to turn that around.
Mr. Calhoun?
Yeah, I really wanted to say, I think this conversation that we're having now will be best served after we have the next audit and finance meeting, when we can actually see the dashboard that they've been working on. And then that way we can really look at, all right, what different programs are where, and then also what evaluations have been done where, and then we can start pulling out the different things that we need to start trying to find that $20 million. I really think this conversation is a little preliminary without having that full dashboard and only having this two-page summary that we have, or this one-page summary that we have.
But Mr. Calhoun, we do have a right to voice our
Excuse me.
concerns.
But yeah, no, I definitely, absolutely.
Excuse me, Mr. Calhoun has the floor for right now.
No, I absolutely agree with Ms. Roberson. I do feel as if on July 6th, we will have more opportunity to dig into the budget, the ESSER budget, after we have that dashboard, and then find that $20 million, be it whether it's out of 10 or even a couple of these other lines that I'm looking at. But I think I know we can find the $20 million in this thing. I hope we can find the $20 million in this thing. We just really need to be able to dig down into it and say, which line are we going to pull it from? And I think with that dashboard that we will get on July 6th, Ms. Carlin, correct?
Yes, sir.
Ms.
Cool.
Watley?
On my
Ms.
desk.
Carlin, Ms. Carlin, am I correct in understanding the motion on the floor to approve the reallocation of the ESSER 3 funds to pay the teachers the one-time $5,000 bonus? This empowers you to get the ball rolling for the amendment that we may need from the state, et cetera, the concerns, et cetera, et cetera. So that's right.
Yes.
This gets that ball rolling.
It does. However, I want to go back to what Mr. Kennedy said. If the board is unable to come to a unanimous vote, we have time, because we can't do anything with the State Department until August 16th. So I wanted to repeat that.
Ms. Bailey? Ms. Waters? Mr. Kelly?
Looking forward to be able to vote for this. Teachers deserve it.
Mr. Grabowski?
No, I think Mr. Calhoun said it correct, and I think there's steps in place that are going to make this, as we work towards August, it'll be a lot better. We'll have more information, and I'm confident we'll find it.
Thank you.
Mr. Brigman.
Then we,
Mr. Brigman.
Can I comment on?
certainly.
When the board originally discussed this, I think back in May, the $5,000 bonus. At that time, I think there was conversations about how we would move the teacher salary schedule forward in general. So what I wanted to recommend, I see for this motion, of course, is for teachers, media, and guidance. But I would recommend that we include everyone that's paid on the teacher salary schedule. And that is the $19 million my office provided to Mrs. Carlin, covers all of those individuals. So if it's some type of literacy coach, lead teacher, everybody on that salary schedule would benefit. So
Since
that's part
Since
of
I
that.
made the motion, I'm more than willing to amend it to Mr. Bergman's recommendation? Everyone that's on the teacher salary schedule?
And again, that is that covers the 19 million.
309.
Yes, sir.
Right,
We
but
used,
the
we
motion
used
doesn't
everybody paid on
specifically-
that schedule to give Mrs.
The motion
Carlin.
doesn't specifically say everybody on the teacher pay schedule, and so I'm amending the motion to include everyone that's on the teacher pay schedule, which we've already been given the figures to include that. So nothing's going to change except for the motion.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I have a question.
May I ask for a reword because it might promote more questions. So if you would then restate your motion.
Okay, so the motion as amended would read motion to approve the reallocation of ESSER three funds to pay the one-time $5,000 bonus to certified classroom teachers to include media guidance and everyone that's on the teacher pay scale.
Sounds good. We know what. that
So
means.
staff on the step increase or teacher pay scale? What's the proper
We have it,
wording?
so it'll be the 2024 teacher salary schedule.
No, 23, 24.
Thank you.
Thank you for the pointing that out and for patiently waiting this whole time.
All right, Dr. Temple.
Yeah, I just wanted to clarify. So what is our plan now for for analyzing the ESSER three funds and coming up with the places and to find places where we can cut? What is our timeline to do that, and who's going to
Well,
be involved?
I think as Mr. Kennedy and Jacqueline, Ms. Carlin have pointed out, we have until August before we really can do anything. And in between that time, we have an audit and finance meeting. We have a new dashboard coming out. We also have a meeting with Dr. Cobb in which we can look at, we can start this looking as what has been impactful, because we have had the ability to stop certain programs. So we felt that there was no impact. So I think that review with a couple of board members will have something to come back with, and we can start this process. But right now, all we're doing is voting is on an amount and to get this thing rolling.
Ms. Roberson, anything else?
And clarifying who it is.
Right. Mr. Calhoun, anything else?
We're only looking at the 5,000, correct?
Correct. Ms. Watley,
No, ma'am.
Ms. Bailey, Ms. Waters, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Grabowski, then we'll have our vote. Please confirm your vote is accurate after you cast. And the motion passes unanimously. We're on to item J, information for capital projects report. Are there any questions for Ms. Costello? Item K, the 135 average daily membership. Any questions on the information from Ms. Mill? Item L, a monthly financial update information item. Are there any questions for Ms. Carlin?
Yes, ma'am. I'd like to start this off. Ms. Carlin, per our conversation earlier, I would like to direct you and Miss Ann and your team to analyze the EIA and other available funds to see what can be eliminated and to open up those revenue streams toward the teacher pay increase. And if possible, if your analysis can show that we won't have to then raise the mills to 8.3, perhaps we can do a lower percentage.
Yes, ma'am. I will meet with my staff tomorrow and take a look at EIA funds as well as special revenue funds to see if there's anything we can possibly move from GOF into those funds to try to relieve some GOF funding in fund balance or whatever. I'm not sure we can, but we will definitely take a look at it and see what we can do and respond back to the board.
Thank you so much.
Oh, excuse me, go ahead.
Yeah, so in that type of analysis and in modification in the proposed millage, it really should go through the Audit and Finance Committee. So which meets next Thursday, I think. I don't know if your staff has the time to get the analysis done between now and then. Perhaps you do, I don't know. But instead of coming directly to the board, that type of analysis needs to go to the committee for a recommendation to the board.
Yes, sir.
I have a question about that. Would that not be too volatile to think about sustaining programs because that fund has to be approved by the governor every year and the legislature every year?
Yeah, so yes, I mean, it's
Yeah, but it has to be approved annually. And if it's in GOF, it's coming from tax revenue versus the EIA, that's the state budget and what they decide. And that's very volatile for traditional programming, for operational programming.
yeah. And so I mean, the state has some pretty intricate funding formulas around the EIA funding, and so we need to understand what the long-term impacts might be, and we may not know because of the fact it's just brought up that those changes every year by the state.
And some funds don't allow you any flexibility at all to move expenditures around. So that's what, I'm not an expert in that area, unfortunately, but my team is. And so I will meet with them tomorrow and see what we can come up with.
Well, it's a grant. I mean, yeah. Okay.
Any other questions for Ms. Carlin about the monthly financial update? Hearing none, we will move on to agenda item M, the ESSER funding summary. Are there any questions for Ms. Carlin on this report?
Yeah, I just have one clarification, Ms. Carlin. I know we've been going back and forth to this. I just want to make sure, because I know we've had a lot of discussions on what we were going to prepare for the next Audit and Finance Committee, but it goes back to the point that in this revised budget that we're going to be coming up with for the second reading, that the ESSER funds are going to be clearly put in and reported just like we report the special funds. And like I would like to see like the vendors listed. I want to be full transparency to the public. I just think that fund really needs to be part of that budget and really just the same way we do the special needs.
Okay.
I mean, special funding.
Yes, sir.
That's it.
Any other ESSER questions for now? Then for closing items, the upcoming meetings, Committee of the Whole and the board meeting will both be held on July 17th. Then on August 14th, we will have Committee of the Whole, and August 28th, the board meeting. Is there a motion to adjourn the meeting?
I do have one last thing. I just like to recognize, though we may have had our differences, Mr. Kennedy, this is our last meeting with you. And, I'm sure it's not the end of us talking.
Is there a motion to adjourn? Ms. Watley moves. All in agreement, stand.